Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Last time we grew our population by quite a bit by building 2 large towers housing about 600 workers each. That gave us the population boost to actually start bringing in tourists, which are now being housed inside our hotels. And we need to increase that. We need more hotels, we need more workers in those hotels. And we need to grow our tourism industry, thus increasing the demand for food, alcohol, meat, and probably goods that the tourists will buy when they go shopping. The tourists right now don't really have access to many facilities. It's probably a good idea to maybe give them the option to get into our bus network. So I think I will tell the tourists that wait at the metro platform to only be able to go to the bus platform, from which they can be taken to any local area if they want to do that. Also built our last house over here. What are we going to do today? Well, probably try and finish our metro line, although it's unclear how long that will take. The only preliminary estimates are very, very long. We've now reached the tunnel construction, it looks like. After a bit of tunnel work, we will reach our underground rail line trafo, which will provide electricity to our rail network, and then it should be possible to run metros, although they will need a route that goes from end station to end station or have a loop somewhere. We are using one that goes from end station to end station. Other than that, our farm has been set up. We are currently building much quicker towards the customs house, much quicker. So export of crops can be started soon, which will keep the food and other good prices down that our citizens need, all except electronics. And the last thing, we have started construction towards the eastern customs house by having another rail construction down here, another rail construction office down here. I think we will relocate the tunnel boring machine over here. But I guess we do probably need another one, because we need one for the metro construction, and then we will need one for the construction of the tunnels over here. I guess one will be enough. It'll probably auto-assign itself whenever it's needed. We'll see. Once we get to the first tunnels over here, which are quite far along. This is the first one. This is the second one. And then there's a third one after coming through in this area. Once we reach the first of those 3 tunnels, we can get a tunnel boring machine. Alternatively, we can probably also think about getting one on the eastern side, although we don't have that many workers, and rail construction over here is a little bit really slow. Although we're bringing a lot of foreign workers in, construction speed leaves something to be desired, because we can't really run both EDKs with full efficiency. Not even half. Let's see if the rail constructions are still assigned as they should be. Indeed they are. So they will be building all the way along to the tunnel area, and if they should get here before we get to this area, then I guess we can buy another tunnel boring machine on the eastern border and start drilling through the mountain from that side as well. Having 2 tunnel boring machines won't be the worst decision. Other than that, we still have to plan out our road connection to that customs house. And I think I'm going to save up a research point for renewable energy sources, maybe? Although that will still leave the problem of the gas stations. If they have a wind turbine next to them, the wind turbines will need maintenance. So I would also need a chain of construction offices next to the gas station and wind turbines to keep everything maintained. Which I guess isn't the worst. Should be fine. But yeah, lots of construction that's ongoing. We can probably think about building the farms in a way that covers the whole area. Start the construction of the second farm with the grain storage over here. They've already started building the rail lines from the other side. Still need the electricity here, but that's not a problem. Don't think the grain storage needs electricity, but we will provide it regardless. And then at some point we need to also set up the third farm to have it. And we will be using underground wires because that's what I want to do. Let's see. Elevation goes down to about here. And then we can cut through. And then probably use the connection that is on the other side. This one. Because this one will be used for the farm up here. Makes a little bit more sense. If it allows us to connect it, of course. There is a water substation in the way. There we go. Train's waiting too long. What's going on? Nothing, just stress at the customs house. As expected. Just a minor delay. Nothing urgent. We're bringing in tourists via personal cars. If they get unloaded, they will pay us 250 plus US dollars per the privilege of being brought here by car. And it makes the road look quite busy. Looks like someone needs to refuel. Also, it looks like you can travel them along however much you want in personal cars. So they have no time limit, which is cool. Though we didn't have any room in the hotel, so they couldn't actually unload, unfortunately. We need to provide more workers here. That will need to happen. So I guess we could leave the waste storage here and just put another footpath down. That is also an option. This hotel can be reached by only this platform and this platform. I guess we will let workers wait here too, if they want. We shouldn't tell workers to go to the bus stop, but actually the tourists need to go over. Workers can go wherever they want, and thus also bring workers to the hotels over here. That is the main purpose. It's already quite a long footpath. I think we need to hook up a direct route for the tunnel. What is the approximate elevation? that. That seems to work. So what's the footpath distance now? What would it be with that tunnel? A little bit shorter. Could even reach the houses over here with that. I think we'll just put another exit over here. So we have one exit on that side. We could put a bus platform here to unload the tourists in the area. And then run our personal cars through the end station, which would probably be not as great looking because then they would line space. I guess I could send them in with a waiting time of 1 second. Let's place an exit here. We'll use that for a footpath. No, walking distances are still very good. And they can still walk directly from their buildings to work in those hotels. We will need some houses over here so other hotels can also be worked. But there must be a bus route, I think, bringing some workers into the tourist area to work all those hotels that we're planning. I think this area could also have hotels, I guess. But before we plan more houses, we definitely need to deal with some of the unemployment. And there's also some unemployment because of lack of kindergartens, it looks like. But I'm not sure where. It's not here. It's not here either. Here. Not enough workers wanting to work in the kindergarten, it looks like. All houses are completely filled, but I guess we will have to tell one of them to work in the kindergarten. They don't want to keep these filled. Many houses are assigned specifically to certain buildings, which with these small houses makes a bit of sense. Not the police station. Where was it? I'm blind. Where? Oh, there it is. Kindergarten, please. Okay, so this is construction at the line for you. You're building right now. You can head back after. But yeah, the other train will have to wait. Probably wants to build this section right now. Otherwise, Don't know what it wants to build. Seems like it wants to build something else. Maybe it wants to go and build that one. Also not. We can go through and assign a few extra construction tasks. I guess I could unassign the other construction office from the area and just let the local one handle everything now. Which might be sensible. But, yeah. Okay, now they're blocking each other. Let's see. We're trying to build that one. We will unassign that one. We'll just let the local construction office do its thing now. It builds very quickly anyway. Scrapping facility, unemployment. Well, there's a fire here, so... Of course there's unemployment when there's a fire. What are you complaining about? I guess we will tell you to go to the bus stop if the scrapping facility is on fire again, so you don't bother me about it. I didn't turn down the graphics settings, so should have tested that maybe. Still a little bit laggy. But maybe that's when I let the game run for a while. I guess we could maybe think about restarting the game in the middle of the stream. Lowering the graphics settings, see how it is. If it helps. What are we exporting? Clothes are getting quite expensive. Good profit. We have to make sure that we don't export too much though, but we should always have a local full domestic storage. So I don't think we'll run into any problems. The export truck and the local supply truck are basically fighting with each other. And yeah, the local storage always is full right now. Once that one starts dropping, we need to worry about another clothing factory. But by that point we probably have a fabric factory going into 2 clothing factories and double our output, satisfying the demand for local clothing production. Okay, let's build the road, I guess. We have to get, I think, all the way across the train tracks. Maybe not across, but we have to build a bridge that is similar to this one. Go onto the same elevation, and I think the road bridge will probably cut through with the help of a tunnel, but go straight through over here. And then we can go into this area and have another tunnel that comes back down. Probably over here, and then follow along this side for a road to go towards the customs house. I don't think I'm gonna plan that right now. I was thinking about doing that, but I want to watch the metro construction actually and make sure it closes in onto the completion of the metro line. I want to see if the tunnel boring machines are being used. I want to make sure not too many workers and tourists are... Oh, no, that is the one I said. That is correct. I want to make sure everything is being worked here. They are assigned. Work has started. Tunnel boring machine should be heading here now. The construction office with the tunnel boring machine has been assigned. So I guess we're just waiting for the other construction trains to head back, and the tunnel boring machine will probably start moving after that. There might be one. That looks like it. And then the tunnel boring machine should be able to move out. There we go. First metro tunnel. Hopefully we built the right one. Actually, let's make sure we built the right one. Don't want to start bulldozing things too early. Copy. Yep, it's a metro tunnel. Excellent. I think the rail tunnel has a different entrance anyway, so it's rather easy to spot. We got our 4 metros. We will set up the metro line already, because I feel like it. Not sure if it will work, like assigning vehicles to it, but it should. So we basically start from this end station. Okay, we can't set it up, never mind. Doesn't want to let us do that if the connection can't be established. Then we will do that later. Everything else seems to be working okay. The heat exchanger might get relocated at some point after we realize if the metro has any issues with repairs. Then we can repair them in one of the end stations and the other one as well. Krasna also has a repair station next to an end station. Yeah, I think it's probably a good idea to maybe plan another settlement. And I do want to say that I think the farming settlement area here is probably the most useful. So if we plan one out in this area, I think that's not going to be... No one's gonna raise an eyebrow and say, oh, what are you doing? Also, we can bring workers here by a bus route of personal cars, and I think that would look excellent if we had an inner city bus route with personal cars. What is interesting with personal cars, what I'm wondering is, since we're carrying tourists and their timer isn't going down, does the same apply to workers? Because if workers drive a personal car on their own from a parking lot, the timer also doesn't go down. They have a dedicated timer, so I think their total time traveling would probably still tick down, but that's something we need to try out. Because it might be possible to have a very busy highway, and instead of buses using personal cars, that might work. And look cool in the same process. We're going to flatten out an area. We'll start with... I wanted to try the... I also wanted to try the small heating plant, because now it has a heating water tank of 450 cubic meters. After winter, sometime in April or May, we will tear down the heating plant of Krasna and Somaska, I think. Probably also Tabovina. And replace them with the higher capacity ones, because the already existing ones are still limited to 210 cubic meters. I guess in Tabovina and Somaska it really doesn't matter, but since Krasna was struggling with heating water capacity, it might give us that little bit of extra oomph to make sure that we don't run into any problems. So yeah, we could think about replacing the heating plant next year. I mean, we already have some practice with that, since it would be the third time we rebuilt the heating plant in that area. But yeah, I think we'll build another settlement. And I think the farming settlement would be set up in a way to handle the food and alcohol production, if not also the meat production of our republic. I think it would be, the main purpose would be to have a medical university. And the medical university really supports a lot of people going to the university. So maybe it would also be a higher density residential area. But the workers themselves would probably be carried over to the farming spot. And we might have an industry there. The other option is also we could turn the farming settlement into the town that supplies the coal mine, and we think about the coal mine being hooked up in the area instead. Allowing us to maybe put the steel industry in the farming spot instead, because that would be a lot of space. And we could build anything we want, really. We'll go for an elevation of 36 meters. At least for the lower part here. We also have to plan out a bridge that goes across. think that'll work. That should work. So if we start, for example, a bridge planning here, and a bridge planning to maybe go a little bit off to the side, because I would like to go into this area, we could therefore place a bridge. From here to here. And that way we would have our bridge, and we would need to hook that up to the highway. So we'd have... Do we need a double lane bridge? I think so, probably. Well, I think that makes sense. So there would be one-way bridges. This one only going this way, so it needs to let vehicles out into this line and feed vehicles into that line. So there would also be a road here that would then feed this from the main road. Maybe about... okay, let's remove the snapping road. Maybe a little bit too far, but we have options. This is not the most difficult thing to set up here. Maybe we can raise this so it's about the same elevation as the bridge instead. Bridge height is 9 meters, so it would be at 36 meters-ish, about here. Yeah, I think I'll do something like that instead. So we don't have the bridges that come down here. But instead we'll bring the terrain up to the bridge height. Should be a little bit lower, the terrain, and I think it is, which is okay. I think I need more terraforming vehicles. But yeah, that way we can get the road connection through here. And I guess it'll give the other side of the bridge a little bit of an interesting terrain. Connecting these up will be a little bit more difficult now, because we have to basically move up here and join them together. But this is basically the highway of the town going towards the coal area, I think. Highway. Sorta. 2 bridges over the highway seems a bit much for a farming settlement. Happy Saturday. Hello Tillman. This is not going to be a farming settlement anymore. This will instead be a large town supplying workers to the coal mine area. And later on, probably the steel mill, which will take the spot of the farming. So we will not use that for farming, I don't think. I think farming might be up here instead. If we need more farming. 3 farms already will supply a lot of crops. And I don't think I need to be self-sufficient in regards to food, but it would be nice if we at least produced some. We'll worry about self-sufficiency when we have access to chemicals and we can dump a lot of fertilizer onto our farms. And if we then still need more fields, then we will look for them at that point. But yeah, I think I should try and get a steel mill set up. Because it will be interesting trying to hook that up to the network. And taking it off the import for construction materials. I think I will try and supply the steel mill with personal vehicles, but not by having ownership of personal vehicles. I will make a bus route of personal vehicles. The first test will be bringing workers from Hellas and the unnamed town back and forth via personal cars using our highway. For that we will have to set up 1, maybe 2 more gas stations to make sure they don't run out. And then if that works, fine, and we have like an exchange of workers and passengers and everything between the towns with lots of personal cars running along the highway. Then we can also use that for the steel mill, I think. Having... well, the downside would be that we wouldn't really have a parking lot, I guess. Maybe it wouldn't look as great for the steel mill. I could fake it. I could put a parking lot down with lots of cars and then have a bus stop in the middle of the parking lots, and every vehicle would basically go to the parking lot, giving the illusion that we had a lot of personal cars, where in actuality, well, they are state-owned bus routes. So this is to be determined, but I think it's gonna head towards the coal mine. We will need a rail connection at the coal mine, and then once we have the coal connected to the rail network, at that point we can think about a steel mill set up here with the appropriate amount of workers. Things that we will need here is a fire station and probably 2 construction offices to automate things. So if we could plan things out with the construction offices already present, I think we would be in good shape. Right now I would like to move some extra bulldozers over, because flattening takes a while, and I don't like it. So yeah, while it might look a little bit too oversized for a farming settlement, I think I've decided on not building a farming settlement. Something along the lines of this. And then we have to repeat that on the other side. The road planning would end about here for now. So the other, we could build up towards this point if we wanted to. And then the main connection for the town would be in this area, which might have bridges going up to the other side and hooking up residential buildings. They would primarily connect over here, but there might be another junction, of course. Maybe with a tunnel, again, like we did pretty late in Hellas. So we are going to redo our planning. I think this will be interesting. Gotta wait for the bulldozers to get here, and then we can start flattening a bit more. 2 trains trying to head back. I think it's because... I don't know. I think it's because of this section. That doesn't help. Does that help? Where are the trains waiting? Everything here is green. Even says it's green. Well, I guess we're gonna follow a train and see what problems it has. Probably have to put a crossing here and set these routes up as one way to improve traffic flow. Maybe roundabout on the other side. Roundabouts in my town? I don't know. Maybe. You mean on the side towards the steel mill or on the urban side? Urban side. Okay. A highway into... Well, we already did that in Hellas, I guess, so... It wouldn't be too difficult. Although I don't know if a roundabout would make sense in that area, because it's basically a city that is around here and there's nothing towards this side, so a roundabout would just be for all of the urban areas. I don't think a roundabout would make sense. I don't know. Wait, not there. Here. This area. Yeah. This area here. Where we had the intersection placed down. So there's nothing on this side. This hill is basically off limits, so we only have the road connection to the industrial area. This is the road connection to the industrial area and the road going towards the western border at some point. I don't know. I don't know if making a roundabout here would be any help. Seems like the train went through without issues, so I don't know what the problem was. It's going back. Wait, is it from the construction office here? And oh yeah, it's probably from the construction office locally, and it can't really go to the other lane, can it? That seems like it could be the reason. So it wants to go all the way back to the area and then just to change lanes, and that is a little bit pointless. So we will set up a train route here to hopefully speed that up in the future. I mean, at your new Autobahnkreuz, it has the connection over the bridge, connection to the highway, and also to the city. I assume you meant here. I don't want to turn this one into a roundabout. I don't think. Oh, you mean the connection of this highway here to the highway here as a roundabout? That's what you mean. I thought you meant over here for the urban area to be connected to this road, and then this road would have the normal junction. I guess, yeah. Would be possible. And then we have to relocate these because they're in the way. I'll relocate them to this side because this is probably an area that I won't claim for a while. One connection to the highway is enough? Yep. But I still want... Do I really want to only have one connection? So I guess if we had the connection over here, then this area could not have the connection and be instead a residential connection also hooked up to the roundabout. So I will relocate the connection to the highway to this side and only use one. You're right. That is something we can try and do. We could also do 2 one-ways. One connection to highways not, but we could also do 2 one-ways. We could have the outgoing ramp here and we could have the incoming ramp here. But it doesn't matter. It kinda does, because if we have the incoming traffic here, they have to go across this, which would block traffic. And I think inner city traffic wants to go into the town first, so I think this should be the one-way road here, so we skip this area and then they can pick the town. And then the outgoing traffic can either go back onto the highway or across the bridge into this highway area or the urban area. So the idea is correct that we should probably only have one outgoing one-way connection each side. I think. No, this is... It does not like that. Yeah. And then we have incoming traffic on the other side. That'll hook up about here. And I guess we only really have the option of having one connection out of this for the town. So traffic from here goes into town, distributes, and then it either goes highway, or industrial area. The industrial area could also block the vehicles from the highway coming down into town, but we'll get to that if it happens. Okay, now the rail construction should be faster because they can go to the correct lane directly. So this area has a cliff, but there is more development potential above it, so maybe a back alley going into this area for more development. I don't know if we can have a coal delivery here easily by train without changing something. I think we'll have to have a junction with a train going out into a tunnel through here, coming out this way, and then we have the heating plant in this area. I guess this time I don't want to build the heating plant too far away like I did in Hellas. That way, I guess. Looks a little bit weird, but I guess it'll be fine. I think we're gonna flatten all the way to the rail line area over here. We have the technology. I have a little bit of a mountain here, but not really a landmark per se, I don't think. We'll have to see. So the traffic will be car-based, I think. Like a bus route made out of a lot of cars. I need to get that wobble out, I think. There's a little bit of a wobble that I would like to remove still. I spent... That one would look the way I want it to. Maybe we can use this one instead. Still got a little bit of a wobble, but I guess it's about the same. Maybe I should tuck it in closer to the area over here. But it'll be fine, hopefully. So heating plant, we're gonna go for about a kilometer while still using heat pumping stations. As I said, I believe, I guess we can have it next to the industrial area on the way to it. So if we plan for, let's say, a heat pumping setup maybe along the highway on this side. If we have a kilometer, we can reach pretty far. This area would be getting a little bit difficult. But a heat pumping station over here, heat exchanger, and then another 400 meters might cover most of it. I guess we will have the heat pumping stations a little bit more central, so we should be able to get to the middle of it. And from that area, a kilometer over here would mean the heating plants would be about that area behind the hills, which I think fits quite well. And a large heating plant will be the first setup for sure. But we will have to plan for a rail connection in the area, most definitely. The coal should be brought here by train. So we'll need a fire station and some other supplies. Nice to see Bigger Republic. For what task do you miss distribution offices quality of light comfort? I mean, I probably will miss them once I start using them again. I guess right now it's very annoying to set up a distribution line from our shopping center area to all of the small corner shops, because I can't just go distribution office, do this one, this one, this one, and then up to 19 buildings. I have a route that I have to add to the line for meat, for food, etc. I wonder if I can combine these lines, if I can combine the food, alcohol, clothing, electronics, and meat into one line and then just have all of the vehicles on that line. But I think that would get a little bit messy, because I don't know how it would select the vehicles if there's line spacing on the line. So for tasks like that, yes, definitely the rail distribution, the rail construction office. Getting the resources delivered here is really annoying. Just having a distribution office with some dump trucks and some open haul trucks and saying deliver it to this rail construction office. And only up to 30%, so rail demolition doesn't interrupt anything. Also very neat. But I think I'm to the point where I will use lines a little bit more often until I get used again to the distribution offices and forget how great lines were. I guess I just use whatever I have. So we have a heating plant planned here, across the hill. We will have multiple heating plants following the hillside somehow. We'll go about 900 meters, 850-ish. And set up heat pumping station cluster about here to get the initial heating going. I think we will have at least 2 heating plants, and I will plan it for such. So we'll have one connection to one heating plant, and in the future we will have a second one. The pipes will be... I think we will have to lay the pipes along the road connection, because that one won't change very much. The other areas could get flattened and everything, so we'll go underground and then try to stick to the path of the road. Why is it doing a corner here? Oh. I think I know why. Now it shouldn't do a corner anymore. And we'll have to stick around underneath the road a little bit. Because that will basically not change. This has already been defined the way it is. Could be a little bit too long now, of course. Seems like it's still okay, but I'm a little bit worried about... Ah, that one is too long, yeah. That one still works. That one's too long. Yeah, I guess this hill will not have anything, so we can cut through the hillside a little bit. How far are we gonna go here? I mean, all of this area is developable, but not really, because the heating plant will cause pollution in the area. So approximately 500 meters, I guess, which is all of the hillside basically. We'll just get the heating pipes to go through the hill, I think. We'll let the heating pipes go to the top of the hill and then down into the heating plant. And then at some point we'll replant this hill with some trees when we're done setting everything up. There's also some tough rocky terrain areas on the hill, which make it difficult to flatten. Let me get the elevation tool out, so I can see what elevation I'm at. And then a little bit of area here can be flattened out. This one may be special case, but maybe a little bit of urban development here. I don't think on this area though, but we'll see. Cut down a whole bunch of trees to make that happen right now, which was a little bit unnecessary, but if I can't see, I can't plan. And then we have another heating pipe joining that one, going up there. And that one would then head into another heating plant. That we need to somehow set up. I guess it could be like that. And then we have the coal storage hooked up perpendicularly on the side. That way, supplying coal to both heating plants. And a rail connection going in from the back side, which would also be the area where the coal goes to the steel setup, but the coal actually comes from the coal mine, so this is a connection where we have to find a way to go to the rail area. and hook it up in both directions. I can have it go into towards Hellas by probably having a tunnel through this area somehow. But we might need to find another way to go towards the eastern side at some point. I feel like I'm flattening too much these days. But I really like not running into any elevation issues. I think we could build all of this. I have to build the bridge a little bit slower, but the road construction shouldn't take that long. That will give us connections. Oil price going down, because of course it is. Metro construction. First tunnels are set up. The next tunnels have not assigned themselves automatically, which is unfortunate. I'm getting lost. Where am I? There. Please build that. Then we are at the underground electricity connection, from which point the electricity icons should start going away, because the rail tracks will be electrified. And I mean, we just have to finish our first connection to the university metro platform, the end station, then the metro platform, and we'd slowly be making our way through town. Fortunately, we will have to micromanage the rail construction office, it seems, because it doesn't auto-assign the next constructions. Maybe it was only a one-time thing. I don't know. Looks like our hotels are now both very well supplied, so we'll change the car route to go to the other hotel too. And we should get about 200 something US dollars for each person unloaded. Let's see. There they go, and getting unloaded, 277. And then they start spending. So the car ride is already very profitable, but they do need to get unloaded somewhere. I don't know if it happens if you just unload them at a bus stop. Like if you pick them up from the border and you unload them somewhere. I don't think transfers work. I'm not 100% sure. That is a lot of tourists. That is a lot of low temperature. Okay. We'll build our next heat exchanger. I think it's a good idea to maybe invest in some additional heating, no reason. And then we can make use of our heating plants again. I'll place a heat pumping station somewhere in the area. We only really need one heating plant for now, which wouldn't even necessitate having a heat pumping station, but I do like them. Yeah, now we come to the fact that I don't actually... wait. I could also hook them up to this one. I think that's all centralized heating, I guess. Can already see how the other exchanges have less load by planning a new one. Yeah, seems like it takes that into account. Well, that's how you know you get a perfectly straight line. When the game glitches out and says, no you don't. Okay, let's get that heating set up so the tourists don't freeze during very cold days during winter. They're waiting on ambulances to pick them up, apparently. How many tourists have died so far? No one. At least this month. In total, no one. Okay. Our republic is very survivable for tourists. I think it'll make sense to also get the helicopters for the clinic, for the hospital, to make sure we can reach our tourists as fast as possible. Which way do they have to travel to get to the tourists? They have to travel over here, up the road, and then over here, and then up this way. So if I were to try and optimize things, I could give them a road connection up that way, and then the hospital would be way faster in sending ambulances up to the tourists. Alternatively, we will build a hospital just dedicated for the tourists up there. Since no one has died so far, I think we'll be fine. Tunnel boring machine, you should not be on that section of train track. Oh look, the fuel truck went here to repair. Excellent. Fuel train, I mean. Very good. These need to be two-way, because both sides will be constructed. But yeah, construction trains can wait in before the tunnel here. That's what it's designed for. And I guess we can place another signal to maybe have 2 trains waiting here, although that shouldn't really happen. We fixed it. Stop bugging me about it. So yeah, I guess we have a train depot for repairs. Don't think it can be used by long trains, but I don't know. Would be strange if long trains could automatically move in here to repair, but you never know. The long trains will get their own repair depot in the farming area. Once we have the 3rd farm set up, they will hold a while. It's not urgent. Average trip score. Western tourists 2.9, so above average. We're doing well. Definitely room for improvement, but we will add to the tourist area as time goes on. I mean, implementing the metro line will definitely be what we need for the tourists to get to places. And then in reverse, we can send tourists to the bus stop, and from the bus stop they get unloaded to walk to the metro and they get carried to places. That is the goal. We're already another 1.2k away from another research point. Previously I said what I wanted to research. I think fire helicopters or something else. Recycling would be nice. Don't remember what else. I'll probably remember when I look at it. But right now we don't have to worry. Winter is a little detrimental to the consistency of the rail construction office here. I wonder if I should put in some... personal vehicles in the bus route that brings workers to the rail construction office. Just for the extra bit of consistency. Yeah. We'll add some vehicles. That way the trains won't really go home on their own. And they will wait. Even when only 2 workers are present. Service vehicle. We'll get 8 of them. And we'll add them as addition to the bus route. 4 firefighters, but mostly for the rail construction office. Okay. And you can go onto the road too. That should send all of them out. They will hopefully make sure that the road construction office doesn't ever pause construction. And the buses on the route will basically give the boost of workers that they need to build quickly. I usually set all my end stations to around 30 seconds limit, have bad experience with variable time. Yeah, there are some issues, but it'll work. Should work. especially if different vehicles underline. Maybe, I don't remember what end station we have on that line. Also, it ran fine during non-winter times, so maybe we added a few too many vehicles. North End Station. The one next to the hotel, so if there are issues here, we'll see it pretty quickly, I think. Also, there's a lot of room for the extra vehicles, so hopefully they won't block each other. But yeah, the buses are waiting right now, because there's a lot of personal vehicles that entered the route. Oh, right. If I want the other heat exchanger to actually work, I also need to build a heating plant. Because I'm sending 2 heating pipes in, but one is connected to a non-existing heating plant, so if I try to take out two heating pipes, then we would run into issues. I mean, it would probably work better because the local distribution would be better. But yeah, let's prepare the last heating plant, I guess. Good. There's a bus. Another one with 1 worker, but our construction office is full right now anyway. If we use this bus stop, that can have issues, so this one will need to be planned with one-way roads in mind. It does have a lot of footpath connections, so that's good. Just a bit dangerous with only 1 exit. Since if you don't plan it correctly, or if you forget something, and the outgoing traffic goes over each other with left-hand turns, then there will be traffic jams. Because there's a lot of traffic potentially at such a bus stop. I wonder if I need to turn down the speed inside the bus, inside the roundabout. It feels like if I turned that down into a 30 zone, it might actually help. Well, that would need some testing. My assumption is that it might be easier for them to get out of this area that way. You really could have made that exit, bus. They're too nice. Seems like it's running a little bit better. Maybe the speed is a little bit slow. I mean, the speed before was like 60. Let's try and 50. And yeah, they're approaching with really high speed. Then they have to slow down. I'm not sure why the vehicles inside the roundabout are letting them through. Guess we were missing some traffic signs in the area. Yeah, if the vehicles on the roundabout have to slow down, that's also not good. That shouldn't really happen. I'll leave it at that speed limit for now, I think. Doesn't seem like there's any traffic jams happening at the roads, and yeah, seems to be running a little bit better at the intersections. It's really difficult setting up a way for the vehicles to accelerate to speed when joining an intersection like that. Because they still might decide to stop. Let's give a quick look at and see if we are running out of one type of resource. I think we have way too many chemicals loaded, probably. If the train is able to unload all of one type of resource, we're going to run into a shortage. And that's not the case. You shouldn't really load clothing. I mean, the train is deactivated to not allow clothing to be loaded. We have our own clothing factory, not bringing it here by truck. So it shouldn't really be in the line anymore. Reached the end of the first tunnel. Excellent. One tunnel to go. And then we'll have electricity on our train lines. Our metro lines. And then it's a bunch more construction to be done. Both of our skyscrapers, our largest skyscrapers, are fully occupied. And I don't think they look out of place. They look a little bit... yeah, they're pretty large. But they look fairly nice. Maybe they'll add some more content like that to the base game. Maybe as DLC, or maybe just for the fun of it. culture, sport, spirituality. I mean, we could start building things locally. I would like to go to the next level first. Also, I would like to set up the heating first. Heating pipe's gonna take a while. I think I'm going to get a tunnel boring machine for that rail construction office. Just to have it. It's a little bit costly, so we will have to export some steel to afford it. Be able to afford it, but it'll only take a moment, and then we have to pull it over to a customs house because of a small bug in the game that makes it crash, and then we have it. But first a steel export after refueling. Where's our train exporting boards? There it is. Oh right, this is our local storage for construction, etc. This is our export train. Yeah, profits are low. Times are tough. We gotta make do with what we have, I guess. No more 20 million per month. Oh well. Oh, look at that. Royal Construction Office doing a very good job. Lots of things already built here. Excellent. I guess I could move another rail construction vehicle in here too. I mean, they would be not working as fast, but the transportation of resources to the construction site is the main time spent. So an extra vehicle would help, definitely. But we already have like 8 rail construction vehicles, including the new tunnel boring machine. It's getting a little bit much. There's our steel export. 27.5 million rubles. That will be nice. This one should warn me if the domestic clothing storage runs empty, because then we will have problems a little bit later in all of our towns, because they all rely on that one single small storage so far. So yeah, we'll get another tunnel boring. Another tunnel boring machine is what I wanted, right? Yeah. And our small, I hope our pig train can pull that one out of the customs house. I'll be able to grab that one as soon as the other train moves out of the way. We only have a single train track all the way back here. Maybe I should set it up where I have the train always loaded with resources, and if I need money, I send it out to go to the customs house, sell it, pick up more resources, and go back into storage. I think I'm going to do that. So the loading of resources will become the second step. After the unloading. So our train can now go customs. Our train can now go to the customs house to load and then be ready for an export into rubles if we need some money. So we'll get the money a little bit faster next time. We will have a train standing around with a bunch of steel for it, but I guess that's fine. I really hope that we can get the tunnel boring machine out, otherwise we're gonna run into issues. And I really wish you would ignore the signals. I mean, we can put signals down to fix that. Maybe not traffic lights, but signals over here should fix that. Because there's an intersection and basically it was all one block, but now each tunnel should be its own block. At least up to the point where it might say this is an end station, everything is one block again. But we'll see. We will see as soon as the train finishes its current construction task, moves out, and see if one of the signals turns green. If it turns green, then yes, it worked. If not, then the signal won't make a difference. There were dark times before when there was no tunnel boring machine and rail construction was a little bit more difficult. It took a very, very long time. And now it's green, so this should resolve the issue. The inbound signal is green, meaning that the next construction train will be able to move into that without an issue. Let's see if our shunting train is able to pick up the rail construction vehicle. Don't know where it is. There it is. Not sure why the train tracks are so bumpy, but I guess we laid those before we started, making sure there weren't as many bumps in the rail tracks. Nowadays, these kind of things are a little bit less frequent, but they still sometimes happen. Please. Okay, it works. Blue, please. Thank you. And we have to bring that to the rail construction office of the line going towards the western border with the Eastern Customs House. can have so many personal cars running around. I think the idea of a steel mill supplied by personal cars will work, and it might look pretty cool at night. But going to the bus stop would look weird. And I don't know if I want to set up a fake parking lot area. Let's say we start our first small town area. Well, small. This basically has the plan to have the medical university as a centerpiece. It's basically the premise that I want to build the town up on, the medical university being the focal point. First heat exchanger. And water and sewage. All needs to be handled locally. You can guess where the sewage is gonna go by way of me pointing at the river. Make sure no dirt spills onto the train tracks if possible, otherwise that will be annoying. But I think we'll go up to another level and have some residential area up here. Just want to give it a little bit of room because there will be more than the road connection to the medical university in the area. I think the heating plant, the heat exchanger will be over here too. It does have fairly good reach, but the medical university is an important building, and if it's too far away, it could run into heating issues. $200 meters sounds okay. This is just planning concept. Nothing is final here. We also need to start with a fire station and probably some construction offices. That would be the water supply, and the sewage supply needs to be hooked up because in a way where the discharge is basically gonna be probably here behind the trees. And we have to get a footpath somewhere to there so we can actually build it. Probably from... I thought there was a road in the way. The road's all the way up there. Maybe we can put the sewage discharge here then. Have it next to the road. I mean, the road can be constructed here anyway, it's fine. Really. Let's try that. And then we'd have the road come through here, hook up to this, and maybe give a service road access for the town so they can do maintenance here without us having to do anything weird. Yeah, I wish dirt footpaths wouldn't create pedestrian crossings, but that might be hard to implement. basic urban setup next to the medical university to be expanded. There's a lot of flattening to be done, setting up more elevation areas, but this could be a start. We would need electricity. We will need a transformer bringing electricity to the area, and a lot more shopping, etc. And this time I think I will have the transformers slightly outside of town, so they don't look as... I guess we could have them next to the heating plant area where we will have fire stations. That might make a lot of sense. Would have to get the cables from here to here. Would be easier to expand if we need more transformers as well. Don't know if there's going to be any loss of electricity for that distance. I don't think so. Let's check on the metro lines again. Tunnels are still being built. I guess when they're ready, inform me so I can check on them. And assign the next ones. Move the tunnel boring machine to the next rail construction office from the depot. Do I want another rail construction vehicle here? Kinda. Let's get another one. Let's speed up rail construction. Auto-saved right when I clicked. No, you're not gonna bring it all the way over to Tabovina, that would be too much, you're too slow. Just gonna bring it to the depot and then I'll give it a move order. How am I supposed to fund my habits with a low price like that? I'm gonna be poor, so poor. Almost only $1 million per train load of lumber. Unbelievable. We're going through an economic crisis, it looks like. Okay, last heating plant being built. Everything should be set up where it just starts working, basically. Gotta wait for the heating pipe to finish construction so it can work. Oh no, the heating pipes are already done, at least the one we need. Yeah, these are almost done. Just a long time of digging that one out. But this one is not hooked up, so this is not important. The other one is, and we've already built that. One going to this heating plant, and the other one going over here. Coal is supplied, electricity is there, water, sewage all connected. Waste storage, and the workers can walk here. Not from the bus stop. You're kidding me. I thought I had everything in range. Well then. I guess we will have a footpath go along the road. If it's possible. The alternative would be relocating the heating plant bus stop to be a little bit more central. But then they would be slightly further away from the fire station, I guess. Ah, you can only reach up to there. 372. Shouldn't that be enough? Because there is a significant risk to our citizens here in regards to pollution, I think we will have to resort to giving them an underground tunnel to keep them healthy. With the potential benefit for us not running into issues with walking distance anymore. So let's build a footpath tunnel for the furthest heating plant. Could of course make another exit here, but I think they can do that. If they hold their breath, they'll be able to walk over here. This one is a little bit far. Heat exchanger hooked up. Very nice. Let's check our bus route. I guess we'll name it, so it's easier to distinguish. That one is... wait, Baraslav? Oh, okay. Somehow that one got also renamed, it looks like. Wait. It's our normal rail construction office, right? I guess we replace all of those buses with Mars buses now. Oh no, those are the workers from Hellas, right? They are in addition to that. Didn't name that route either yet. No, we have. So do the tourists get picked up from this bus stop? Because it looks like they are not. Inner city. University. I guess they do get picked up. They should get picked up and transferred to the university bus stop, from which point they can go anywhere. But I guess we have too many passengers here. We didn't build the school, so there's too many students in the area. We need to build a school to help with that problem. Could build it here. We do still have room for 1, 2 or 3 helipads, I think, on that side. So I think the school's gonna go in this area. But a large school might be overkill. But then again, once the metro is running, we're basically can have a school wherever we want. Oh my god, there's a lot of students waiting at the schoolyard here. Then I guess this will be the area for the large inner town school before we run into unemployment due to low education. We will set that up here. Unless we find a room for it next to the university? No. Hellas North is gonna be the school. Decided. Would be in the way of the helicopters now. But we could have... We could have 2 helicopters, the way it's currently set up. Which I think would be enough. We don't need 3 helicopters, I don't think. That is a footpath we can use. Cool. Then I guess we will try and use it. Okay, let's build that school. Has access to water, sewage, heating, and electricity. These hotels still need that, right? They get water delivered by truck right now. So they're not hooked up to the water network at all. And they can't act as an early warning system that way, can they? This is the water pump that needs to deliver the water. It's already using 35 cubic meters for this residential area, which is quite high. What's our water situation? $100 cubic meters. We should have the capacity. Let's go through the pipe network and see if there's any issue. I mean, the important one is this one. We're basically restricted by like one large water pipe coming out of this tower. And we do have more than enough water capacity, I believe. Even if it's splitting up between multiple pipes. Also, since we're using water pumps, I guess the early warning system won't be the tourist area. The early warning system will probably be earlier than that, because the water pumps will probably pressurize everything in this area to maximum capacity, thus leaving the other areas a little bit short. I don't need that. I'm using water pumps. Pipe is planned. That pipe, that one. This pipe will be put on hold until we get the sewage connected. Sewage will have to go into this network. So not that difficult. Let's move it up one level. So we have two more connections here. Those connections do not really need to go this way because we still have a lot of sewage connections on that side. So basically one connection to go up further for more tourist area is the plan. I'm getting a lot of extra connections in that we don't really need, I don't think. But better safe than sorry. So we have electricity and heating, we just need to hook up water and sewage. And then we could think about expanding the amount of tourists in the area. Probably with a bus stop and a lot more personal cars. Although the personal cars seem to be bringing enough tourists in right now. We're still heading back sometimes with tourists inside. Couldn't get unloaded. Hello T-Rex, welcome. Ah, your hotel's nice. What tech level you got for them so far? Good afternoon. There's only one tech level to research, and we got the research for them. So we got the highest level hotels that you can get. We're gonna give them a sports facility nearby, so they can do some sports during summertime. And I'm not sure what else we could give them. Probably a cafe, I think. If we give them a cafe that also only works during summertime, then I think that would match. This one only works at above 10 degrees Celsius. And the outdoor pool at 15 degrees. So the cafe works a little bit longer. This one will need a road connection for sure, because of the supplies. Maybe another side tower, maybe. I'm not sure if I want a side tower next to the pool. It might attract the wrong type of people here. Some gravel road into the cafe, so whenever a truck arrives it makes a distinct noise, and then the chefs can go, ah, fresh whatever. Fresh pemmican. The side tower, I don't know. Seems a little bit low for that. Don't think that would work that well. I mean, it would probably do something. We also need to put a panorama hotel somewhere on the mountain. I guess I'll also just provide an indoor pool if it's winter. they can go here and use the indoor pool. Yep, access to everything is available. This one also wants heating, although it only works during summer apparently, so I don't know. And I guess it shuts down during very cold days, because the heating is not as efficient. Planning a lot of things, lots of bricks missing. Production of the heating plant stopping because it's too warm, that's fine. The side tower will be built further up the mountain, next to some other hotels. So when we go into town, we also need an intersection that basically allows us to go anywhere. I don't want to have four-way intersections that lead into specific areas. I will try and stay with three-way at most. So I think at some point we will go across the road here and develop this area a little bit. Other than that, I would like a road connection to go up this way, so we have access to this area at some point. And then a road connection over here. This will be a plateau, kinda, for more residential development. We won't need all of that for the start of the town, but it will be nice having some people live here that we can use for a construction office and then start developing things. I should also take away the dirt roads now that everything has been built. We'll leave some dirt roads here until we have the bridges, otherwise they have to travel quite far to get to places. For example, if they go here out this way to build a bridge, they would then have to travel all the way, I guess, here. Never mind. We already have that in place. They can turn around where our construction machinery is placed. They should just focus on building the bridge now. And same on the other side, they basically turn around here and go up this, build it, and then head back home. But how and where am I going to hook up the bus station? I think it should be in walking distance of our university, which doesn't seem too difficult. The roads will also have pedestrian sidewalks, so they will be upgraded from what they are right now. Maybe this should be in a dead end, so buses can only go in and out, but it's not really at an intersection or at a road where people drive past. If we have people living up here, don't know how far, then it would make sense to have it in this area. People living over here would probably have a bus route going from another bus platform to this area. The roundabout is really small this time. Hopefully it will work. So this could lead to a few issues. Buses from here, left-hand turn into the bus stop. If vehicles travel out this way, they would interfere with each other. And similarly, vehicles traveling from this side and going back would also have to do a left-hand turn out that way. But if we don't have too many intersections that close, then I think it'll be fine. Also, I guess we won't have as many inner-city bus routes, or will we? I don't really have a metro plan for this one. I guess this one won't be as large of a town, right? The development here and here might be some medium-density housing to keep sprawling out. I think this will work, hopefully. And I'll make the road a little bit longer than normal. And then at some point over here we will have a road go that way into a bridge connection. And we can develop another small bus stop here and bring them back to the town center where we will have all of our service buildings. We'll start with a small shopping center, I think. Or maybe the Okean supermarket. I guess that will work too. That one would need warehouse access. Should I move the bus stop? I think so. I don't want it out here in this area, because then it would create a four-way intersection which would lead into problems. We also have to consider the traffic between the towns, because I want to have a very, very frequent route of vehicles going into town and out. So they would head in, do a 2 times right-hand turn into the bus stop and come back out. Although they could have their own bus stop, basically. Where we have a bus stop here with another side entrance to that. So they don't block anything else. I think I'll do that. So the personal cars would unload in a bus stop that is in parallel to this entrance route here. And then when they get unloaded, they are told to walk to this bus stop, basically. So this is where workers will be delivered to the area. They will go to the bus stop here, and from the bus stop they might get carried through the industrial area if this town doesn't produce enough workers, which I don't think will be an issue. And then we could also send about 100 workers back to the bus stop so they can be picked up. If I really want to do that. But I only want this for unloading, I think. We could have another small bus stop here where we pick up workers from. But that one is for later. Just have the ability to send some workers to the area, I think. I want at least, I think, 1 or 2 rows of houses before I go into the next plateau. So this will be a very busy footpath, constantly arriving personal cars will drop off workers here that go into this area. Could also be students. I mean, I'm basically gonna let the bus route decide whatever they want to transport. We could also think about setting up a trolley bus route. But I think I would rather test that in something that is a little bit less large. Well, somewhere over there. To be determined. We do need that road connection to hook up the heat pumping stations. But the road itself is not very urgent otherwise. I think the supermarket probably this way, so it hooks up to the sidewalk a little bit easier. Road connection facing out that way. It'll be in range of the bus stop, in case people want to walk to the bus stop first, or they get brought here by another vehicle. There will be a warehouse in the back. There will be a forklift garage. I might have a train route here at some point, delivering resources nearby, but for the beginning, I guess it's going to be a truck-based system. So the trucks will have to bring their resources to the area. Which should be fine. Consumption in the beginning will not be too much. Should be doable. The rail line would probably be coming in somewhere around the heating plant station, and we could have a small warehouse area over there. It really depends on how large this town is gonna get. The main thing of all of this would be to get access to coal and to basically have two larger towns that interact with each other. Here we go, better intersection. And yeah, residential building we'll have to see. I want to have a little bit of a curved path here, but we'll go back to a more grid-like pattern relatively soon, I'm sure. We need a cinema. Let me put the buildings here first that require road access before I start placing everything in order. So we'll get a proper hospital right away, close to the medical university. We'll get a full-sized police station closer towards town center. The roundabout is in the way, then we'll place it here, I guess. We will need a technical office, but that can be next to the heating plants. I want some more construction offices. We will need a fire station. I will build one next to the heating plants as well, because that one, well, it doesn't require heating. And the heating plants do make heating, so it's a little bit weird. I do think a small fire station will look fine next to them. And that would be the fire station for the initial setup, before anything else gets built pretty much. We would need to bring workers to the area. So we might need the bus stop. Both bus stops. Bring workers here and then bring workers from this bus stop to the fire station. Or have them drive here directly. I think I'm going to use more personal vehicles as time goes on. I kind of find the idea a little bit interesting, relying on personal vehicles for bus routes for long distance travel. Seems to be working relatively well so far, but who knows what issues we are going to run into. Mostly traffic jam related, I'm sure. Tunnel construction being a bit slow. How's the rail line next to the farm going? I did want to move another rail construction vehicle over. That one has probably arrived since a few moments. This crane is completely broken, and I guess we can't auto replace it. One of the downsides of cranes, I guess. So I guess we're gonna get rid of that and transport another tower crane in here. Oof. $1 million to scrap it. I don't think so. Yeah, road cranes. Road cranes are a little bit easier to manage, I guess. Not sure if there's an automated way to do that. Probably gonna go over to road cranes. Okay, please make that delivery of getting rid of our road crane, tower crane, which has been in service since 55 years. So I think they deserve a rest. We also will have to get rid of the other ones. They're a little bit old. But I still got gravel roads in your first town? Gravel roads. Yeah, we're working on it. Yeah. I am working on it. That's the second to last upgrade that we need to do. And then we have 2 more pieces on this side, and then the straight road is done. Thank you for the reminder. I think we're gonna move over to road cranes. Unless I want to... I mean, they were lasting 55 years. I guess it's not that difficult just moving in a few fresh new tower cranes, and they are pretty good. So let's get some new tower cranes instead. I hope there's no size limit for buying tower cranes at the border. Not sure if you can carry them, but I'm pretty sure you can. Yeah. Does fit. Go ahead and get those vehicles, please. Modernizing our fleet. So yeah, every 50 years I guess you have to modernize your tower cranes manually. Making progress. Making a bit of progress. The lines have been laid out, the connection is planned, we just have to wait for the construction to complete basically. And after all is done, we can relocate the EDKs into our rail construction fleet. Maybe the town over here will also handle the rail large proper rail construction office, which might make sense. Because we will have to build a rail network out of this area, connected into our existing rail system. Still not sure exactly how we are going to hook it up. Maybe I'm going to flatten out an area here and just have a junction in this area. We can't connect the junction point underground, so it has to be above ground. We got the hospital, got the police station. Kindergarten, school, we will do later. Secret police will still be necessary. Prison. The town will also have to handle a prison. Not necessarily a courthouse, but... Oh right, what's the criminality doing? Not much, it's fine. Crime is fine. We do need a pub, which needs a road connection, but otherwise I think that's pretty much it. Could put down something else other than a pub, but I think a pub is fine. If everything is accessible from the bus stop, we'd be fine. And so far it is. We still need a water purification plant and, well, the sewage discharge needs to be hooked up. So we need a sewage switch system. Man, imagine forgetting about the sewage switch maintenance and that thing collapsing on a town with like more than 10,000 people. That would be a lot of deaths. Probably about 10,000. But there would also be some escapes, so not completely. We'd have one incoming pipe from this area, one incoming pipe from the plateau, and the other pipe would be from the rest of this town, so that would be the last switch of the bunch. I really want to plan another old town at some point, but not just a single road that is high density, but a whole town made up like that. So basically the main roads covered in residential buildings, and then on the backside a shopping area, then over here commercial district, and then it being enclosed in roads, but that would require a lot of space and also a lot of flattening, and I didn't want to spend that much time on it. But it would be probably pretty cool driving along the roads in that one. I guess we don't need the footpath at half height here. It's probably fine just having one over here. Maybe not. We'll see. This one could be a half height one, I think. I mean, all of this is still open for debate and what we plan in this area. If we get a basic foundation down, we don't need that many people here. Water is still an open topic. The resource deliveries to the specific facilities would happen directly along the main road from our warehouse area, which is a bit away but not that far. They do have to drive a bit of a loop here. I'm eyeballing this and looking at, oh, there could be an intersection here going from here to here. But no, let's not do that right now. Indoor pool, outdoor pool, connected by footpaths to some residential buildings. We will probably upgrade this footpath to street lamps. And we need waste storages, otherwise this is going to be a bit messy. That would be such an excellent place for waste storage. They already get alcohol, but I guess getting alcohol in a pub, or in this case a cafe, is preferable. 2, 3, and then 4th stop, unloading alcohol. Let's set the correct items to be unloaded so it's easier to see which building gets what. And now it should be possible for people to go here. Hopefully we'll get the waste storage set up relatively soon. Laying the tracks, almost done with the construction. Very nice. Then we will have electricity on the metro network. All rail lines will be electrified at that point. Let's check the delivery of our tower cranes. Seems to be done. So I think we can tell that vehicle to stop doing its route and just go back in it. And I guess these vehicles will have to be removed, so please bring the other 2 cranes to the scrapping facility too, because they will be obsolete fairly soon as well. I think it's time to start planting the tree that I wanted here. Well, that wasn't the right one. We'll have to plant the correct one next time, because now I can't plant anything here. But I did want these ones to be in front of the hotel. This one here. And maybe one on that side. No technical service heading here right now. We do have plenty with capacity though. Mixed waste cannot be stored. Oh my god. Oh my god. The catastrophe hasn't happened yet, but it is starting to spill out. What is going on? Where are our vehicles? Are they insufficient now? I think it has happened. This area is basically over capacity now. But that's okay. It only requires a minor change, which involves some rash decisions. I'm gonna take the trucks from the demolition office and put them onto that route. Hopefully the warning messages about full waste storages will come soon. Would be very appreciated. This is something that a distribution office would be better used for. This is something a distribution office could handle quite well. I would need to add more and more buildings just to add more to have more vehicles without getting traffic jam warnings. Or maybe a smaller road cargo station would also help. One where they line up in sequence rather than in parallel. And don't cause traffic jam warnings. So wait, the hazardous waste truck shouldn't be occupied, right? Or are we making so much hazardous waste here now that you're also not able to keep up? Oh, you're going to the customs house still. That is incorrect. You are not supposed to go there. Your hazardous waste delivery endpoint is that way. Much better. Well, I hope the trucks can start keeping up with things, hopefully soon, before the town collapses. I would like to not have a town-wide full-on collapse, if possible. But I think we already started. The hazardous waste storage for the old town clinic seems a little bit full. I think I never turned on hazardous waste storage here, which is interesting. And it survived until now, which is nice, but let's make sure this doesn't turn into a problem. It already has, but yeah. Now we have 4 trucks here. Let's see if they can keep up with things. think we have enough vehicles now, but it's interesting that it still ran fine that long. Health definitely went down. Pollution, 3,100. I hope that we caught that issue early enough so we don't have any problems now. And now we're gonna upgrade these 3 sections of road, and then the whole road through has been upgraded. And we can probably remove the bypass road at that point. But we can leave it also, because I don't want a rail line to go into the end station over here anymore. That one was a neat idea. But I think the one inside Hellas is set up a little bit better. I also forgot about the whole situation of like removing the heating plant from Korasna. Maybe something for next year. Traffic issues. I guess the waste trucks have to keep up with things for now and bring everything in that started piling up. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different containers and 8 options. I think they would make nice recycling containers, especially for this area with the large towers. We had one in range for both of them. That would be neat. Otherwise we'll just have to use these small waste storages. Metal and plastic. Would be nice to recycle that out and reuse it, even though we don't really have a use for it. Okay, waste still not keeping up. We're gonna add 2 more vehicles until the storage starts emptying out and we see some traffic jams in the area for having too many vehicles assigned to it. It might be that we only need 3 vehicles, but there has been a lot of garbage piled up in the city. So yeah, I think this would be an excellent job for a distribution office. This is like what was asked before. This would be a distribution office task, because then you could add multiple waste storages across the city, handled by one distribution office. I mean, we could add more. No, we can't. I guess we could relocate that and have like an extra waste storage pickup location around the central one for 2 extra vehicles. For a large town that makes sense. I mean, Hellas is getting a little bit big. So having 4 waste trucks instead of 2 is not really that much of a problem, I guess. I think we're on the last construction task for this tunnel section. The other one also is getting its track laid right now. And then we can proceed on doing the very short tunnel section in between here. Followed up by our first connection of a metro platform. Can't really run a route yet. And we won't be able to run a route until we get to the 3rd metro platform and its first end station. At that point we could run a route. The connection to Korasna is just a nice to have. I would also like to build a town with an above ground metro system. Ideally an above ground metro system where the metro is able to go over the roads in, like, directly above the roads in parallel. But I don't think that was possible very easily. Like, you could set it up, but I think it wasn't designed to be that way. We had a metro bridge. Nah, this one definitely not. Not with the pillars. I don't know. I don't remember. Oh no, I tried it with a road bridge. That one was kind of weird. So we had like a parallel road here, and then you could have a bridge on top. I forgot how I made that work. That way. That's how I made it work. So that's what I found out, but unfortunately the pillars are directly on the road, so it doesn't work. But it is possible to get a bridge on top of a road. And it doesn't look too bad if they had like wider pillars and you could follow curved roads. It might look neat. Where's the technical office? That one. Yeah, go ahead and clear those roads, please. Thank you. Very nice. You're basically building the tunnels only, yeah. One of them is almost done. The train is heading there right now. 41 work days. Should be doable. One construction task, I believe. And then we have to assign the next construction, because it's not directly connected and the tunnels seem to work a little bit differently anyway. I guess if we were like really about speed, we could have probably built a rail construction office in this area before starting to develop it, to get the metro line developed first. Or in the rail yard, I guess. Just to have it much closer. But I think this was the toughest construction job for the metro system, because if I remember correctly, okay, no, they are still individual rails tunnel sections. But this is a one-piece tunnel, so this can be drilled out in one go at least. I wonder if the combination of like road sections where the footpath tunnel doesn't matter anymore can also work with metro and rail tunnels, where the tunnel boring machine can go through everything and then it combines everything into one section again. I guess all of the metro construction needs to be informing me whenever it's done, so we can assign the tunnel construction again. Is the footpath done? Yes. We have workers in that heating plant now too, so all of the heating plants are running, more or less. How's the rail construction towards Snothoff Customs? Progressing very well. Especially since we have two rail construction vehicles here now. What are they doing? Did I forget some signals here? Looks like it. We'll place one in this area. And hopefully that's enough. Interesting. Okay. A rail construction vehicle that is heading here right now. Let's see if the other train lines are also assigned. No, they are. Having the grain silo directly connected to the farm means that we also get all of the crops out of the farm whenever we have trains running. But yeah, we're not worrying about fertilization of the fields, bringing fertilizer in. We'll just get all of the infrastructure set up, which is going to take a while. But not anymore. With the rail construction office nearby, and way more rail construction vehicles than before, things are at a nice pace, I think. As well as the rail construction over to this border. Not sure what happened here, but I guess now it's fixed. I think we can start building here. People definitely should not be allowed to move in whenever a residential building finishes. I guess we have to build the fire station first. To make sure nothing burns down while we build it. When the fire station is up, we can send some workers here to keep the fire station occupied. Some personal vehicles will do that. We will need a technical office. Make sure the roads are cleared all the way up to the bridge. And then we can start developing the town, probably by building some construction offices first. Which would, I think, also be built in this area. I need to plan the road a little bit better. The road is not just intended for bringing workers to this area, but to go along the heating plants into 2 or 3 total. And then there could be construction offices on that side. Which, once we have construction offices in the area, would pick up resources from all the way over to Hella's warehouses and basically build everything automatically, so we wouldn't need to manually assign things. Relatively long pickup path, but I guess it'll be fine until we get the rail connection set up for the coal, construction material deliveries and citizen goods. So it would take a little bit of time until we get there. Let's check our waste storage again. I think health is going up a little bit. I see some empty containers, so it's looking decent now. And yeah, don't bring it to the customs house, bring it to the train station and the train will go to the customs house. We're 3/4 of a way to $1 billion US. Seems like income has stabilized somewhat, but it's kinda ridiculous. Yeah, once we get a traffic jam warning, we can move 1 or 2 vehicles back. We'll have to see how many vehicles it needs to stabilize. I also think I should move the mixed waste over to this stop instead of the mine. Because that is basically the Hellas train station area. And I guess I also need to rename the routes to reflect that. For the mixed waste and the hazardous waste. This whole yard over there is basically the train station for Hellas and surrounding villages. We did drop a few people, right? I'm not imagining things. Yeah, we did drop quite a bit. We dropped 1,000 people from the waste. But thankfully we caught it. I think it was the clinic that probably started spilling. But I guess there were still hazardous waste storages available, so maybe not. Let's let these empty out and we'll assign another row for hazardous waste, just in case. I'm going to take a truck ride. I want to see what the town looks like from first person. Looks like we don't have a town marker setting up the town correctly because the traffic signs are for outer town areas, so I will also have to check the town markers basically. Some of them seem to not be set up correctly anymore. Probably because with the new highway entrance that we built next to the hotel area. I don't think I set one up there. Going past the metro entrance area, through the new highway exit. Our heating pipe. Also the first time we see that from first person. Could have been elevated from the ground a bit, I guess, but I guess it's okay. Oh, so much smoke, Jesus. That truck needs a catalytic converter. Yeah, the bridge is still a bit steep, even though I'm already stretching it out quite a bit. And then we turn into the train yard for waste disposal and refueling. Cool. Small right from here through this way and then out this way. Not bad. Let's get a city marker down. Maybe that was the reason why everything was going too fast through the roundabout and the 50 kilometers an hour aren't necessary. Now we're set up again. I wonder if that would fix it on the roundabout, if I were to remove speed limits again. But I guess I don't mind 50 speed limit on the roundabout. What I do mind is that many traffic signs though. I'll get rid of them. I think that should be almost all of them. We got these, we got these, got these. Yep, should be fine now. Now we have a 60 speed limit in the roundabout again. Maybe it's a little bit too much, but we'll see. Definitely better than the no speed limit that we had before when I forgot about the new town exit. Okay, what are you guys doing here? Bus end station is full because of all of the personal vehicles. What are we routing through here? Rail construction vehicles. Calibrios intercity, which could be dangerous. This is... The hell has tourist goods coming from the warehouses, I think? No, it's coming from north. So why are we waiting for that one now? This one is waiting here. There's no construction train here. Is there one moving back? Doesn't look like it. Both of them show green, so I don't know what your problem is. It shouldn't have been a problem. Maybe we need some traffic, some signals on the depot. Because maybe it still tries to track the block through the depot as well. Can see an orange block here coming out, so who knows. Definitely can't really hook that one up anymore. So the depot will have to handle only one route, but it only really needs metro deliveries. Maybe that was the reason. Okay, that tunnel. Does it even need boring? It doesn't look like it will need a tunnel boring machine. If it does, then it will be very, very short. I think it's just local tunnel construction and that's it. Maybe a very short section of tunnel boring. Nope. Rail construction right away. Looks like. Cool. Yeah, I think if we can produce domestic goods for local supply and maybe not necessarily export, we'll be fine. And we still have to produce steel. Bricks. I mean the whole setup, like bricks and steel and prefab panels, we still need to produce. The steel mill could also have a small factory just for bricks next to it, because if we deliver coal to the area, that wouldn't be that difficult. Alternatively, we could set up a brick factory in another town/village that isn't as large as this one. Maybe the tourists should not have any line spacing and should not go through an end station. But I did... oh, that's the... never mind, that's not the tourists, that's the rare construction office. I guess the tourists don't have line spacing anyway, because I didn't want them to start piling up. So they just go however fast they can go along the main road. How much have they been traveling so far? — 730 kilometers. I'm very happy with the logging setup, how it works. Do we need another truck here? We have 5 so far. This one definitely is keeping up. This one has 4. I think it's probably just because of winter. This will empty out during when the snow melts. We don't really have any road clearing services in the area to make sure the area is always cleared, but yeah. Otherwise the storage would have already been full if it was an issue. This waste is handled correctly. I think. Yes, I was wondering if I already started delivering clothing and electronics here. That was definitely a good choice, giving that to our citizens here. They still complain about culture or sport during winter, but I can't give them everything, like, come on. You ask too much. We aren't made out of money, you know? We all gotta work together. Oh, it's sending a new road construction vehicle already, because it's a new construction task, so while the other train is driving back, a new one has already been dispatched. Let's see if Koresna has its road upgraded. Should have. Everything is asphalt now. Those things that matter. Side roads can still be gravel here. It's a village/town. A small town. Even though we have quite a few people walking around. And I guess there could be the potential for a lot of people arriving here by metro, but we'll see. We might have to up the amount of workers in all of the facilities at that point. They're still barely able to keep up with everything. Probably because of winter. I mean, they have to drive into the harbor area now instead of just up the mountain to this waste storage, so it's a little bit further away. We could also set up the mixed waste transportation route to not wait until loaded and just continuously run. So we don't run into the issue of traffic jams blocking something here and then causing the collapse of our town again. So I'll just let them drive however they feel like. No line spacing, and if we see that trucks arrive here without any waste being present, then we could think about maybe removing one. Yeah, I think that's okay. Let's try and accelerate construction over here a little bit. By speeding up the road construction. except this one, because I don't know how this is going to hook up to other areas. We also need to have a cold storage, but the cold storage is probably going to be either this way with the other heating plant also this way, or this heating plant is going to be here again, like so, and the cold storage is going to be in this side with a conveyor engine transfer delivering coal to both heating plants. Construction is done. This one apparently needs a tunnel boring machine. Oh, you can build that one next. And yes, we have no more electricity warnings. Electricity is now supplied. And we could do a metro test run, I guess. Just see, well, once this has been built, but from here back to the depot basically, and station to depot. But we need that last line, because that's the incoming route for that to work. That seems like it requires a lot more work. Either that or I missed the other part where it was already done with the tunnel boring, which might be the likely reason that it went so fast. But yeah, let the other train build this up. Oh no, it starts with the tunnel boring. Oh, all of them start with the tunnel boring phase. Okay, that explains it. So the tunnel boring machine goes first and then they build the tunnel. There's no more entrance construction first, because it starts from a building and they can start boring right away. Cool, cool. Each building requires 50 workers, so we need a house with 150 workers to deal with the demand in workers in that area. The footpath up to that area is a little bit long, but we have upgraded this to footpaths with street lamps, so they walk faster and they can reach a little bit further. One thing we haven't upgraded is the footpath that goes from the tunnel into these footpaths, but I guess that's fine. It's just a little bit extra section here. And this one is apparently not used by anyone, because I don't know why. I thought some workers would prefer that one instead. But I guess the above ground footpaths are more attractive. They have street lamps, they can walk faster, so the underground tunnel is not as useful. But if one building can only get there with the underground tunnel, then yes, they will use it. We'll just try our luck with footpath tunnels. Happiness down below 80, health is going back up. Pollution is back down from 3000 to 300. Crime went up a little bit. I think the crime is happening in our rail construction office that basically has no police station in range, so I'm being a little bit naughty over there. I'm not sure why I went up onto a bridge here already. Could have had that one in this area too, I guess. construction offices, probably on this side, so they don't interfere with the planning for the heating area. We're not going to put any specific like intersections or anything in the area. It's just going to be a simple road leading down, having construction sites and heating plants on either side. We don't need a dramatic intersections for this, I don't think. Two size 16 construction offices are probably sufficient to get this started. And at some point they might get relocated, but they will probably also continue handling the maintenance of the area. So I think that will be permanent. We'll get the fire station set up first, and then we'll build towards the construction offices, which will handle the construction of the town itself. But we can still assign our other construction offices if we need faster construction speed. Especially when it comes to the buildings. Basically, they need to handle the maintenance in the future. And I guess they should start building the infrastructure. We might tell them to not build any buildings. So they build all of the infrastructure first. And then when we're ready, we can start telling them, now you can build buildings too, and we assign our other construction offices to that task as well. We'll also have to set up a temporary gas station, I believe. I'm going to flatten all of this. We're going to flatten this down before I place the construction offices. And then we can either have a gas station in the area. Yeah, a gas station. A free gas station, so the construction equipment can actually start working. To be replaced by a proper gas station at some point. When we have electricity in the area, we can also draw out some above ground wires into nearby gas station locations. Over here, for example, definitely room for a potential gas station. And then on this side, Tapovina can maybe supply one for this area. Or Kliperjusk, one of the two. Once we have the bridges hooked up, they can pick any direction from the roundabout. That should be good enough. I also have to plan a bus stop for the area, which would be about here in front of the heating plant, I guess. Just to unload the workers. So that one we should also build, because then we can deliver the workers here, and as the buildings start finishing up, we can already send some workers into the heating plant to make sure the area is livable when the time comes, before we start moving people in. We probably won't move people in. We will probably start piling up a bunch of 21-year-olds without their own flat, and then open up the gates at some point and let them flood into the town. But yeah, we need to make sure all of the basics are dealt with. This area will also handle... I guess no, this area won't handle water. We'll handle water somewhere in the town area itself, I guess. A water purification plant, plus a water pump in walking distance of some residential buildings. We'll deal with all of it. And I think I'm going to try the underwater... the underground reservoirs, not the underwater. Because they're a little bit smaller. They have higher capacity. And since we're using pumps anyway to distribute everything, I assume, then there's no real difference. It won't matter that much. Makes it harder to locate your water infrastructure if they don't stick out like a mushroom. But it's fine. Okay, next section has been bored out already, and yes, they do require a lot of work. Don't think we can assign both sides yet, can we? No. So each side is connected to the other side, except for when it wants to turn around. That is a lot of waste. My god, do tourists make a lot of waste. I don't think we can hook this up to the outdoor pool, but at least the indoor pool and the cafe will be handled. Yeah, take your time. I mean, if it's overfilling a little bit, that's fine. The truck will be able to load everything in here, unless it's already loaded from other areas, which I don't think so. It can hold 8 tons, so a little bit of extra waste is fine. And we still haven't increased the amount of like waste trucks in a while. We only relocated them that we had. And thanks to the centralized waste storage, it looks like everything is still working relatively okay. Six vehicles to the train yard area seems to be about right. But we will have to keep an eye on it and adjust as necessary. $3,300 for that bit of hazardous waste, which is mostly mixed waste. All construction that is left is inside the range of the customs house over here. And progress is not slow. It is really good to see. Just gotta make sure everything is assigned, and now I think, well, except for the 3 train lines going into the customs house, they will at least build 1 train line into the customs house, which would allow us to run a train when they're done. Next construction task. Can bring the tunnel boring machine. Excellent. And then we have a few more short sections, but then I guess that's really the last section of track to build, except for going into the end station, and then we're done for the for Hellas itself. Just Karasna would be nice if we could also hook that up. I already planned it, but we don't need to immediately build it, I guess. And I believe we have now the ability to run a metro with no functionality whatsoever, but to test the metro system. We're going from the depot into the first end station that we currently have access to. So from this depot down into the tunnel, into this end station and back. And it doesn't work because we haven't built these ones yet. So never mind. It does not work yet. I also need to assign the other construction tasks. Thought they would auto-assign themselves, but I guess now that the tunnels are done, they can actually reach those. After they are done, we can run our first metro, test-wise. That's why we do these things. We test them. Back over 21,000 citizens, very nice. Also, as I said, once we have a direct route to the customs house and we can actually export crops, that's the point where I will plan the rest of the field. So be prepared for a time where I will have to plan all of this area out with fields, and I don't want to make it look too grid-like. So similar to this, with a little bit of offset, and then some areas that are maybe a little bit clustered, especially if there are rocks around. That's going to take a little bit to do. Yeah, these waste storages are definitely not in danger of running full anytime soon with small villages like these. No problem. And it looks like the deliveries we're doing by truck to these areas are also completely fine. They can handle 2, maybe even more rail construction vehicles. So that means in the future we should just place down more rail construction officers and deliver them with routes and be fine. I'm not sure where I'm going to send all the vehicles once the rail construction is done. Might have a depot area for these kinds of vehicles, or might just send them to the scrapyard. Most likely they will go into a depot area specifically made for such kind of occasions, and I guess they will also get used as replacement vehicles once other vehicles get old enough and need a replacement. So they won't be wasted. It's April, temperatures are looking fairly high. This time I think we are going to tear down this heating plant. I want to replace it with a higher capacity heating plant. This one is only 210 cubic meters. And I want one that has more than that. 450 to be precise. So you're going to go into storage. We're going to let the heating plant run out. I will tear down some of the heating pipes here, up to maybe this point. Hopefully everything will be placeable without problem. I have to tear down the footpath and the road connection, tear down the building. We can already start with the road connection. Footpath connection, I think we will have to wait a bit. And I think the demolition office inside Hellas will have automatic assignment range to this area. I guess we're going to do the same in Somaska, because that one is even easier to set up because it doesn't have any connections, just a road connection. Placed a lot of vehicle depots, I guess. Then you are going to go into this town. Hopefully you're not going to be used for another replacement. But now we have to wait for this one to basically stop production when it runs empty. I don't know if it's going to do that in time, especially since the temperatures are going to rise. I don't know. I could also use it to empty out the internal storage and tear it down earlier. But I think latest end of May I will just tear it down no matter how much coal is in there. This one should get used up fairly quickly because Krasna is a relatively large settlement. So 210 cubic meters for the small heating plant, and the new one has 450 cubic meters. Visible in the third line below the environment pollution graphic with the cloud. And the rest seems to be identical. So I wonder if this has more efficiency now than the large heating plant. Maybe I should carry the coal away. This is taking a little bit too long. Go to here, load coal, wait until loaded, go to, I don't know, not this heating plant. Go to this cold storage. I think that's the one with the most use from heating plants. And unload. And wait until unloaded. And at some point, if we see the trucks standing around here, we know that it's ready for demolishing. Hopefully the new heating plants work fine. We're gonna find out. This one's almost empty. Road has been demolished. The heating pipes are gone. So all that's left is the footpath, basically. Which we can do if there's like, I don't know, 5 tons of coal in here. I mean, we can just delete it. We don't have to wait for it. Let's just remove the footpath. We can remove the coal before we start the demolition process. Okay. Tunnel boring machine. And then it sent out the other rare construction vehicle right away, I guess. But why were they on the same side? I don't think that should have happened, right? I don't know. Oh no, I know what happened. It's trying to build that section now. That's the reason. Okay, so it's a one-time thing until we get that one built, basically. The other fix would be to turn the outgoing line into a mixed line as well, and then it would happen on that signal, not on that signal, so I guess it doesn't really fix it. But now we can run a metro. Now it'll work. Our first test metro. Once you leave the area. And there it is, a metro. A metro. Not doing anything useful, but proving that we can indeed run a metro line. Now we just have to connect all of the stations and it'll be useful. And maybe put 2 metros together so they're double length. That would be 900 workers capacity, which is quite long. And we also need to increase the amount of metros. Not sure how many we will need. We probably don't need to connect them together. 450 is quite a bit of capacity, but I'd rather be safe with that. Okay, test run was successful. Now we just wait for the last constructions to go through all of Hellas and build a metro system underneath. Get some of the road construction underway here. Should help a lot. A lot of people want to go into the indoor pool, which I guess is fine. Also, how much money are we making with tourism right now? Last month. Tourism. 300,000 US dollars. That's not bad. Five deaths so far, recently. Yeah, can't plant that until reloading the save, unfortunately. Sewage seems to be hooked up, I think. Shouldn't pile up in here anymore. Yep. That means we can now connect the running water as well. And then the area should be fully supplied. Now this whole area is pretty much a town. No intent to go anywhere else here. Maybe the customs house where we're laying the rail line towards. I guess that could happen, but yeah. Full speed limit restrictions here. Does have asphalt roads, but speed limit is 60. I believe next time we're gonna have the rail connection done to the customs house, where we can commit to our first crop exports. There we go, you're done. And then start laying out all of the farming area basically. It's getting a little bit cold, but we are going to tear down this heating plant regardless. And the one in Krasna will have the same fate. And once that is done, we'll replace them with the more efficient new small heating plant and hopefully not have any heating issues anymore. That would even allow us to maybe grow Krasna in size with a few extra houses. We'll see if that is something we would like to do. Especially if we have a metro connected here, we could put down more houses. But yeah, first they have to basically remove the buildings first. I also shouldn't remove the road where the demolition office can travel through. It's probably a good idea. Otherwise the demolition will take a little bit too much time. Let's also build that end station, I guess. If we have the metro platform, we can also build the end station. Let me know when this one finishes. The road demolition should be fairly quick, but we also have to assign that one since it's out of range. However, I believe that it will auto-assign the demolition office to the heating plant demolition, because it goes through the logic of I demolished the road. Is there another building behind it that also needs demolition? Yes, then I will do that one too. Basically the same way how train lines are building and road construction also goes. We have a few less vehicles inside the demolition office picking up waste, but I still believe that this shouldn't take too long, hopefully. And yeah, the construction will be just as fast, I guess. Well, not just as fast. The demolition was really, really quick. We even get some workers here after everything is already done. Okay, 5 more waste trucks, and everything has been removed. Let me know when it's done, and we'll place the new heating plant. I guess they probably also finished the road demolition over in Somaska, but I'm just gonna make sure that the demolition of this heating plant has also, or will also be auto-assigned. And we finish that one. Trucks, and we're done. Then we need the footpath, the road, and 2 heating pipes on the new heating plant, and we're basically hooked up again. There we go. Let's see. Small heating plant. Same exact heating plant, just more capacity. Same heating pipes basically. And the footpath. Then we need to deliver coal to it, otherwise it won't work. Hopefully before winter. And then we can start running that one instead. And see if it runs at like 50% capacity during winter, which will then tell us that yes, we can have more houses. The heat production says it's about the same as the old one. I mean, it says it's exactly the same as the old one. But the heat water tank is much larger, so do we need to can we use the heat water tank, or is it only there for providing stability during winter, but it actually will cool down if you add too many houses to it? I only went by heat water tank so far because the temperature production in gigajoules of heat, I don't know how to convert that. If there's a way to convert it. Heat water tank is what's important, I think. Let's make sure it gets assigned, and then we know we just have to wait for the demolition of that one to finish. Road demolition is done. And it automatically assigned itself to the heating plant. Bridge is also done. Not gonna assign one-way roads here yet. We'll do that at some other time. And yeah, construction materials and everything similar to Hella's warehouses area, but maybe not as large. Maybe the construction materials could be delivered from here by truck to the new town area and fill a warehouse over there, like a warehouse area. A road cargo station into 2 storages per 2 materials. Seems like that would be enough. And we can probably build that behind the construction offices somewhere. Especially to do the maintenance locally. Would be helpful. Which I guess we could also do with the resource deliveries, but like for the citizens, but I would like to have that connected by train. So I guess the resources for construction materials could also be delivered that way. A simple storage with materials. And the train that is delivering here right now could also then travel all the way towards the other city before going back to the customs house. Because right now it's definitely not overworked, except if we do a lot of construction, then at some point it can't keep up with the demand inside the storage, but that is mainly the fault of the storage itself, not the train. Health is back up, happiness is lowered down a little bit more. Let's make sure criminality isn't going crazy. That's not the case. Nothing too much. Unable to enjoy culture is pretty high. I guess we don't really have a overview for that. Person was unable to visit culture yesterday. So culture enjoyment it is. It's a little bit low over here with 91%. But no complaints in the area, so seems to be okay. Must have been a temporary issue. I think we had a substation on fire and all heating plants stopped working at the same time. We definitely don't have any redundancy in the electric network next to our heating plants, but we do have a fire station nearby, and that should provide enough safety for that. Okay, last heating plant. We have another small heating plant in Kolata at the eastern border, but I don't think I need to make a change over there. That's just a small village, not really planned to expand at all. We tried to make a profit with oil, it's just not happening. The game does not want us to make money that way. 500 US dollars ish. So what can you do? At least it's up a bit. It's about 2.5 times higher than it was at its lowest point, so that's nice. But yeah, the heating plant over here is working fine, I guess. But it would probably allow us to make us... With the newer heating plants, we would probably be able to make larger villages that spread out more. Because with the heating plant into a heat pumping station, we didn't really have the power. Maybe now the power is actually there. For at least like 3 heat exchangers. Not sure if I would go and try a 4th one, but at some point it will probably happen. Next metro line done. Or section of metro track, I guess. Now a slightly longer one. Both of these. Guess I forgot to assign one of them at some point. Oh, the tunnel boring machine will have to go to... Oh, wait. Isn't it now that the tunnel boring machine will go through all of this? I think that's how it works, right? I think they actually combine these. I wanna see that. I wanna see if it actually works like that. It would be slightly annoying if it stopped at each section, but I'm not 100% sure. It would be nice if it went through all of that and then combined every bit of construction work at the end. And there we go. Heating plant construction ongoing. The truck for the heating plant is over here, so we just need to add the heating plant again once it's ready. Profits are going up again, it looks like. Oh yeah, and I can also check the tourist income from here. Right. Tourist income is probably going to be higher in summer than in winter, especially since this area over here has a few buildings that only work during hot days during the year. But the outdoor swimming pool is very well visited, gotta say. Not a lot of tourists, but a lot of our own citizens so far. We will put another row of hotels here before we start going to the next level. At least 2, maybe 3 more hotels. We do have waste storages. We have everything else. I hope we have enough workers. That's, I guess, the one thing I'm not 100% sure about. But once the metro is up, we will have enough workers in the area. So this is basically planning ahead, which is good. And we'll make another plateau at like 3 levels up, I think, at some point. 1, 2, 3, this one is 4 levels up. There won't be a connection between the two, but yeah. Another hotel here. We only need a hotel and we need to hook up the supply routes, and that would be it. Then another one here, I guess. My poor, poor trees. Ah, game. Oh well. Here's what it is. We should move the hotels back a bit. And then replant the trees next time. I'll give us more room for planting trees in the area. So, about here I think. Means we need to flatten the mountain back a little bit further. Maybe I can move some of the excavators over here to help. Bulldozers, I mean. If they are back in the depots, then they would surely help. Let's free up that one road depot. And yeah, Old Town. A few extra houses here, I think. Developing this area with some more brick buildings. To not just have that single road with the houses. We need a few more people. Not right now, but it is planned. Get the fire station set up. We have the bus stop. We're gonna get like 12, 14 personal vehicles. And just let them go wild. I'm tempted to send them in here, creating some personal traffic through the roundabout. And they would be fairly good at accelerating into the roundabout area, so they wouldn't cause too many traffic issues, I think. We'll try that. We'll get like a few vehicles and set up a personal car route, bringing workers over. I also would like to set up the vehicle depot for the extra vehicles I have. For currently the rail construction, but in the future, well, if I want to buy a lot of vehicles for a certain amount of tasks, then yeah, I would like to have the ability to do that. Not sure if we can connect that. There's a footpath. But otherwise it will work. Do I want the vehicle depots here? Or no, this should be more residential. I think the vehicle depots can be inside the train yard area around here. Let's have some service vehicles. And we can use that to mass buy vehicles and assign them to routes, especially if we keep up the idea with the personal cars, which I find hilarious. And we'll see if it works. Well, we do need a dedicated town for another town for that. Three more resource deliveries. Few extra construction tasks, but yeah, we'll be there fairly quickly. Do have a decent amount of time left. Thank you. Yeah, everything is in range easily, no matter how we set it up, so we don't need to be too worried. And it gets coal from the coal storages from Hellas Heating, so the delivery route is also very short. Just need to get it built. And there's our new tower cranes. I think it was the right investment. They're looking excellent. I don't know if the lag or the low frame rate shows on the stream. I'll have to check, but I think 30 FPS is probably fine for Twitch anyway. Unless there's a stutter from autosave, then I think that one's definitely noticeable. Okay, we're starting to have 21-year-olds without their own flat again. About 700 people away from getting another research point from population yet again. Research is going so quickly. I do want to try another run at some point where I don't build a radio station and see if I can keep that loyalty high while not importing electronics and only using the methods of a secret police, etc. I need to basically use personal cars more intelligently. Not sure if it will work, but it might be possible to boost the loyalty with personal cars and the combination of a secret police to very good heights. That would be another test. We could scrap vehicles earlier so they don't run into traffic jam issues. I think we can afford that. The rubles are also now starting to go ridiculously high. Not sure if they're going to catch up with the US dollars though. Okay, we're almost, well, almost, we're getting closer to the customs house, as expected. Just making sure so we don't accidentally stop construction. Gotta keep checking those. This sewer will need to have maintenance somehow. I don't think the construction offices over here are in range for it. And they are specialized, except this one. It's not in range. So we'll have to check if I get a footpath to go all the way across here and hook up into this road, if it will count as being in range for maintenance for our new construction offices from this area. And if it isn't, then I will have to build another construction office over here that just services this area. And the construction office will be in range of that one to not have problems on its own, of its own. We'd have a construction office maybe here and a technical office next to it. And probably a gas station nearby. And hopefully then I guess also researched a wind turbine to provide fuel for the gas station, to provide electricity for the gas station. Although if we get electricity delivered here, then I guess we could also just have a wire going over instead of using renewable energy sources. Renewable energy sources might be really convenient to set up if you have a helicopter construction office, because they could just fly out, repair the wind turbine and fly back at the cost of a little bit of extra fuel, I guess. Heating plant ready. Wait until unloaded. Send out coal, please. Workers are waiting. Water is present. Everything is ready. 450 cubic meters of heating capacity now. Let's go. You're already full. Could have moved to the heating plant, I guess. Come on, turn around. Oh, you were almost there. But we got this. Saved you a little bit of trip. Now we just have to wait for the other one. And then we're back in business. Don't have to worry about things. Definitely takes a lot longer to heat up, but that's a good thing. Also, it's pumping the heating now out. So I think it actually is the case that you might not actually have enough heat production capacity if you go over 200 cubic meters. Maybe you do. It probably just took the initial time to fill the other heat exchangers up. It's struggling a little bit, but it is filling everything up. Seems to be okay. That should make winters a lot safer with that heating plant. And also making smaller settlements, wider settlements, a lot easier, because you don't run into issues with too much pollution from them too quickly. On workday? Anyone walking by? Anyone want to flatten that? No? Okay, we'll just bring 3 buses here with like 50 workers in total or something to take care of that. Then we'll do the heating plant after. And yeah, when it's not winter, the storage is being emptied out enough, so no backing up of resources happening, everything running as it should. Road construction in our new unnamed town also going well. We need to get our construction offices set up, and we need to deliver some fuel over here. Probably a constantly running route for now, until we get the gas station set up, at which point the new truck will be able to move over. Gonna pick up the fuel from our fuel loading point and bring it over. And that's just gonna be a continuous thing for now. No waiting until unloaded or going into the depot, you're just gonna run around in circles. Make sure vehicles can refuel over there, especially our construction vehicles. And anyone who needs to, because they can just go through this area to also refuel. I will build gas stations, I think, over here on the main route at some point. But we will need electricity before that. And I do have to get some wires laid. Thankfully we have a switch over here, so it's not too far away. There's no ships planned in this area, so we can just go with an above ground wire. Yeah, seems fine. Population is growing pretty quickly, now that I guess the waste has been dealt with. And it looks like we're back to normal. I like this setup. I think I'll keep using that in the future. It is also expandable, so at some point if it's really getting trouble with like too many vehicles trying to load or unload at the same time, you can just attach 2 more connections to the center one to have more vehicles loading here. And then you can move the hazardous waste truck out of this one, so you have 2 unloading stations to speed that up if you want. So in total I think you can have 6 trucks loading at the same time to remove the waste and 2 trucks unloading at the same time, which should be plenty. Tunnel boring. I think the tunnel boring is only doing the section that it is actually assigned to, because these ones are still not done. So we will have to build them in sections, I guess. But that's fine. I mean, if I'm building everything with our existing construction offices, I guess these ones won't have much to do. Okay, groundworks. Should hurry up a little bit, but yeah, we'll be fine. Okay, prices for wood I think went back up. Not sure if they're back up to 5,000 per ton, but okay, prices are now at 10,500 per ton. Let's see, let's sort by sell price. Are we higher than... No, we're not higher than chemicals yet, okay. We also haven't quite reached clothing yet, but it is getting close. Only 3,000 left until we are passing the price of clothing. Bulls are already over it. I don't know. Well, at that rate we're gonna make $1 billion fairly soon. Also, before next time, I think I will try and see if I can resolve these little bit of performance issues that I have. If they show up on stream. If they don't, I don't mind them, and I like the pretty graphics, I guess. Maybe view distance would help a little bit. I don't need to see all the way down there. It's not the maximum view distance, but it is quite far. Makes for nice screenshots too. Are you kidding me? Drinking water? Why is the drinking water supply insufficient? Or is this building using a lot of drinking water for some reason? We'll have to wait for a delivery. If it does, then I would probably drop that in as a bug report. Oh, it's unassigning itself. Something is not right here. Why did you unassign yourself? Water? Krasna water substation. Trying to refuel. Do we have access issues here somewhere? can reach everything by foot. I think I placed a road sign at some point for the roundabout. The settlement is also disrupted. Oh no, that was the speed restriction for the roundabout that messed this up, I think. Why are you having trouble? All the other signs seem to be fine. No, they are not. So we have... oh, okay, I found it. Found the culprit. There we go. Problem solved. But that's not the real issue. The real issue is why are we not getting any water delivered to the substation? Or is the water empty here? Did we finally hit like peak water? The water is empty. We're still able to supply enough water to the tower, but the water delivery is insufficient. So we're not processing enough water anymore. Oh yeah, the water tower is emptying out. Cool, so Karasna is basically our warning system for that issue. So let's build another water pump. Because the big water well still has enough. We have a little bit of time. Karasna, maybe not. The truck is desperately trying to grab some water. To solve that, I guess we're just going to pick up water at the water loading station, which comes after. So it won't have a problem with that. It was quite nice though to have that warning, I guess. But yeah, go get some more water for Karasna, please. Should work now. So we've gone over the limit now. And somehow we now have a consumption of 150 plus cubic meters. And I'm not sure if it's like the tourist area. I'm not sure what's using that much water right now. Might be the truck loading? I don't know. Let's check. Water tower, 130. So the old town area is using 130. This one is using barely anything. But this only really supplies water to this residential area, and then it pumps it back into the water tower down here. This one is 70 cubic meters. $20 cubic meters in here? What's going on? Was it always that high? I feel like the water consumption went up by 50%. But at least it's not draining too quickly, so we're just at the cusp of like providing enough water. Except of course if some of our areas do not actually get any water. This is pretty well used, yes. But they can actually use this one instead, so they don't have to use this one. This is just the overflow for the old town area. If there's too much water in the system and it gathers back up in here. This was supposed to be the main delivery with the pumping station. Also, I guess the old town water is draining a little bit. I guess it's balancing correctly. Maybe we're not actually at consumption level. But then the water inside the export here would be full. No, we should be. We're at the limit. We need to build another pump. I think these pumps can only really handle one pipe. If you hook up multiple, I think the pressure goes down. At least that is a test that I did like quite a long time ago. Not sure if it's still true. So we should have water again, right? Not yet. You should be able to load water from here though. I guess maybe the delivery already happened and it was basically used up already from all of the buildings that almost ran out of water completely. If we have water in the heating plant, then it would be fine, but I guess we don't, so maybe this is the first delivery. At least we have water loaded now, so as long as it... Why did it cancel the delivery here? What's going on? Why is it not delivering to this area anymore? Something's going wrong, I feel like. I never built a water or a sewage substation here. Oh no, I did. It's just so small and close that it's barely noticeable. Are you able to do a water delivery here now? Yes. Oh, that looks interesting. I guess we're gonna see if you can then still receive water to this area after. I'm tempted to get another water and sewage truck, but it should be enough. Like, feels like I'm starting to run out of water in this area soon, and I don't want to. Krasna water substation. Yes, please. Let's see again if it works this time. I also have to take a break fairly soon. It's getting a bit late. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I don't think there will be another stream today. Even though I'm really enjoying this, it's probably going to be a one stream today. Our previous foresting area also still growing up slowly. Feels like those trees are actually not growing when the forestry is removed. That might be a bug. Like, these trees should continue growing up, right? They shouldn't stop. I wonder if the same has happened for the other areas. Water substation, yes. Let's follow you. Let's see what you do. Building maintenance is fine, that doesn't stop the building from functioning. Also, the bus should not have had the right of way here. Let's keep following. Maybe this time it'll work. Maybe it decided the mine was higher priority for something. Or maybe it'll bug out in a certain area. I don't know. That tunnel, man. That tunnel in the beginning was a little bit ridiculous, but it's still working, still doing its job. We have a line-spaced bus here. Hellas Old Town to Krasna. Wait, what? 2 buses. We'll take a look at that. Finally we get some water here. Excellent. Things are back to normal. Except of course the water in Hellas Old Town is slowly emptying out and would cause issues. But we're working on it. I believe that one extra pump will solve the issue. It's also September, so let's check the heating plant over here. And people are eager to finish the construction of that one, and I can understand why. Let's increase the priority. We should definitely finish it until the end of September at the latest. So what was the bus route? There were like line-spaced buses, 2 of them going back and forth here. Was it the clothing factory or was it... What exactly was it? This one. Krasner passenger students. Oh yeah, okay. So we're carrying people back and forth, but we don't use an end station for it. Which I guess is okay, but... I mean, they can overtake each other inside the tunnel, even if it's dangerous. Yeah, I guess it's fine. I'm going to make sure that the heating plant is set up. We're going to set up the extra water pump, see if it is sufficient, and then I'm going to call the stream, I think. The construction of the rail line towards Snodov is... Well, I guess they're building these first, but this will finish next time, definitely. And the other rail construction will take a while longer because it's a much longer train track. They're getting close to reaching the first tunnel, and we should also make sure that this is actually buildable, otherwise they would stop. And the next time we will also have our construction offices over here and can start building the town up. Heating plant area probably last. We will need a fire truck at the very least. We'll also get a fire station inside the town. And we'll have to send some personal vehicles to this area to make sure everything is fireproof. Or at least can be extinguished if it catches fire. And for that we will need a few personal vehicles to bring the workers over there. We're going to start with eight vehicles. I'm going to set up that route right now, because the construction offices will get built and I might not realize it right away at that time. Mid of September, we have like 15 days until I think we should finish this construction. Temperatures are still okay, but yeah, they could drop fairly soon. And I think next time, if the prices stay the same, we will also reach $1 billion US. We made 40 million US dollars just last month. And we made that with the export of lumber, because, I don't know, lumber is just crazy. Why are we exporting... Oh no, we were exporting that, yeah, that makes sense. To the... to that border, yep. A little bit of iron ore and wood. Wood and boards. No idea why it's that expensive. We basically built it because oil was cheap, so I figured we could as well set up some boards because it's cheap and the price went up. We added more lines for production and transportation, and the price went up. And then we stopped building things, and the price went up. Up and up and up. More and more. And more stuff. It's a little bit ridiculous. Because we don't have a local gas station, so they have to drive to this gas station, use the roundabout, and come back down. So maybe a gas station over here would also not be the worst, especially if I intend to have the vehicle depots in the area. A small gas station would help. Would have been nice if it could have fitted here, but I guess it won't. And we'll have it next to these buildings on that side. There they are. The vehicles that will bring firefighters to city number 2, which is still unnamed. Bus stop over here. Okay. It's a lot of vehicle depots, but I think they'll be useful every now and then when we have a large collection of vehicles that we need. For example, tourism, or like the firefighters right now. And yeah, then we can use that to service them or to gather them up before we send them to the scrapyard. I'll clog up the bus end station for a little bit, but it should be fine. September is almost over. How's the heating plant, please? Where's our... Oh, I made a vehicle depot next to the heating plant. We're still lacking bricks. Come on, build that thing. No, we didn't. I thought I made a vehicle depot. Maybe the vehicle got used as a replacement vehicle. Could be. It was an MTGS. I think it got used. I mean, that's not a problem. Just gonna get a new one, and hopefully that won't get used immediately. Actually, I'm gonna buy 2 in case one gets used, because it's getting close to actually having a larger temperature drop, and I would like to be prepared for when the heating plant is back up. I'm not sure why the brick deliveries are taking that long. Only getting 12 tons in one delivery. And we do have sufficient number of bricks in here. Tunnel boring? Anything? Oh yeah, they are assigning themselves to another rare construction task in that case. That is nice. But they're not building that one because of the signals, apparently. So we're going to tell that vehicle that it can already enter. Back to the heating plant, please. We also have to check if the fire station actually gets enough workers or if the amount of vehicles is insufficient. But they are pretty quick, so I believe we will hopefully have enough vehicles to at least bring a few workers every now and then to the fire station inside City 2. A few more bricks, please. Come on. And then we need some steel and mechanical components after. Temperatures are below 10 degrees now, so we are lagging behind. We should probably turn off the ability for people to move into this area in case something goes wrong. And then we still have the option of, well, we have 370 people waiting to move into a building, so if something happens, then I guess we are ready to move in the replacement force if necessary. I'm not sure why they are taking that long to bring the resources over here. It's basically only from this area to this area. Maybe they are using... wait. Were there too few construction offices assigned? I guess it was only one construction office that was assigned here. Maybe that was the reason. Could be. I also need an oil tanker truck for the new gas station. Bringing fuel from here to here shouldn't be that difficult. Okay, 12 degrees. Still waiting on the bricks. Where are you? Somaska Construction Office. Yeah, in Somaska Construction Office should only be Hellas Construction Materials, which is our rail station. I don't know why it's taking that long. It's crazy. Maybe because it's also assigned to other construction sites and therefore it takes longer. Somaska Construction Office. CO Somhaska. No, it's only doing the heating plant. It is what it is, I guess. Still waiting on the bricks. Why are you coming from that area? What the hell? Wait, Somaska. Where is the construction office? I have no idea why you came from that side. Okay, steel and mechanical components, hopefully a little bit faster than half a month. Lots of vehicles traveling here right now. And we need to get the coal delivery set up. But the coal delivery is its own route that we already have, where we basically need to just add the stop again and then add the vehicle to it. We'll open up the construction site to all local workers that want to work in it, and then we just sit here and wait for the mechanical and mechanical components and steel to arrive before the temperature drops even more. Temperature's low, 4 degrees, yes. Can the temperature please come back up? Thank you, maybe? 11 degrees sounds lovely, thank you. Where are the vehicles? Hellas Construction Materials. The construction office from Klibriusk, which is also not terrible because it also has about a similar path of travel. But are they not running through this area? Are they like going all the way around or something? That looks to be the case. Did I put down a sign here that prevents vehicles from traveling through? I guess they just think that going up there and then down the hill is faster than going this way and through the heating plant area, which I guess might be true. I'm not opposed to that. It was mostly a service access area, but if it works, I guess it's fine. Mechanical components have been delivered, we're just waiting on the steel. Temperatures are back down to 6 degrees Celsius. Health is going down and happiness is going down. Where is the steel? Steel has arrived. Excellent. I'll add the heating plant as a stop. At 2 degrees Celsius in October. Unload, wait until unloaded. Get a truck, assign it to coal, send out the truck. Hurry up. So that one will now take the route that is apparently longer than going through the mountain pass area. Doing a right-hand turn. No, I guess you only have to do it once. Would probably be good to have another one-way road here, so we can use that as an off-ramp. 11 degrees again. Hopefully before the next temperature drop you can actually arrive and resolve those issues. Coal loading is fairly slow, but that's okay. I'm not gonna build a coal loading station here. Well, I guess I could. Do have conveyor engines all around. Maybe we'll build one in this area with the road going around. And then the loading speed will be improved for those vehicles. Especially in like urgent times when temperatures are dropping in October already to almost below 0. But yeah, heating will be restored before the end of October. That's a bold claim, I know, but I'll stick to it. And there we go. Coal for the heating plant. Providing actual heating for our citizens. Can you believe it? The low temperature warnings should start going away as the heat water tank inside the building starts heating up. And then the issues should be resolved. Let's just take another quick look if we could put a aggregate loading station for trucks here. That would be fairly easy to do. I would like to have this so that we have a little bit of a road going off the main road, so we don't run into the issue of a potential traffic jam. So I think I'd rather have the loading station somewhere like this, and then have a road snake through there, here. It's a very busy intersection. And then we can move all of the vehicles that load coal directly from the storages onto this. Which will be much faster, for sure. Colata happiness is low? What are you complaining about? Spirituality, 49% happiness for some reason. Relatively low loyalty too, but only that one building for some reason. Maybe someone escaped from Samaska and is now complaining in that village. Could be. But yeah, I think I'm gonna take a break for now. Next time we will actually start the construction of City 2, which I guess we should name. So I can also set up the correct routes with the correct names at that point. It is Zegaduara, our city number 2. Medical University town. Lots of development potential and a very busy road in between our towns, hopefully, that we can create. But we'll see. For now, thank you very much for watching. I will send you over to another streamer if I can. Probably Steffen again, if you're up for that. If not, I wish you a good Sunday evening. Stay safe, stay healthy, and as always, maybe I'll see you next time.